Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Let's get into it. Before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. Nor the channels of traders that appear in the broadcast and their affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. And then go to lastbuytrading.com so I can get you sorted out. Let's begin. Let's see what we got. Yesterday we had an absolutely phenomenal day. We've had a pretty good week. The whole week was pretty good. The orange line in the daily charts that broke yesterday, is that? Let me check it. Yeah, exactly, right? So this, you see this orange? Exactly. There you go. Someone's paying attention. Someone's paying attention. But remember, it's a daily chart, right? So there's going to be a lot of, inside these candles is going to be a lot of BS. But, you know, it should tell us something. Remember what I told you, to look for the bounce between the Bollinger, or excuse me, the 5 and the top Bollinger. We need to start looking for that. All right, we got the 5 MA at 49.73. Let's see where we're grabbing some liquidity from this morning. Let's grab that lick. Let's let these early candles play out, and we're going to come up with a game plan. Above the water, above the water, above the water. What up, Mowgli? All right, Discord, let's see if we retest this this lick box here, right? So let's look for maybe something like this. Preferably, I like to see maybe something like this, a fail. Retest of the 5 to grab that liquidity to push up. That'd be ideal, something like that, but we'll see what we get, right? We'll see what we get. So let me take this off. I don't want to give anyone any bias. I'm just showing you what an ideal setup would look like. Let's see what we get above 53.13. Beyond this, 53.88. Here, we'll mark it out. Now we do have the 5 MA within striking distance. It's within striking distance. It'd be ideal. If you're on YouTube and you're tired of seeing me do this and do this and do that and flip, join the Discord. You can get access to the charts and you can manipulate it yourself. We know you love manipulation. I know that's the type of person you are. Manipulation that drives you insane. Just the thought of it. Just the thought of manipulation. It does something to you in your pants. Don't worry, we didn't miss anything. Because every leg that plays out is setting up for the next leg, right? So we're just going to be prepared for the next leg. We don't have to be involved in every single leg of every single move. Let it play out. We'll identify an entry. If it's going to be that ugly, grindy day, it's going to be hard to find that call entry. It's easier to find another entry than it is to find more money. That's a good way to put it, Mowgli. That's a very good way to put it. I like it. I'm going to steal that from you, actually. I'm going to act like I invented that. Thanks. Stolen. Mine. You should have patented that. Heard it on YouTube? Alright, I'm going to say you heard it here. I'm going to say you heard it here, so you actually stole it from me. Alright, we got to change our tone underneath 5058. That's where we'll change the tone. But until then, when I'm saying change the tone, I mean look the other way. Was there a wave down? I think it was slight. I think it was a slight pullback. We identified it on the break of our teal. We had a teal identified, and it was maybe a point, maybe a point and a half. You could have got in on some puts, but we had already identified it. Good try, Mowgli. Good try. Already identified. Okay. Now let's see what they want to do on there's a couple areas here. There's 51.56 and 51.28. Let's see how they react there. If we get underneath that, then maybe the 5 is on the menu. So we'll find out. Alright, we got the 5MA at 49.60. It's within striking distance. Let's see what they want to do. Back at market open. Yeah, Mowgli, we're about to find out. We're about to find out. I try not to guess. I let the charts tell me what's gonna happen. We're day trading, right? If I was swing trading, maybe a different story. Maybe I might try to take a guess and try to figure shit out like that, but I don't like to try to guess. I let the charts tell me exactly what's gonna happen. You might be right. I guess we'll figure it out. You might be right. But I think day trading, we got to be a little more nimble. And if you already set your expectation, you're swing trading. You're not day trading. We're back at market open. If we want to make a quick buck, we're going to figure out how to do it shortly. Let's see if we can get above this 53.13, make it some type of support. If we can make 53.13 support, then we're going to look for 53.88 to be maybe next on the menu. But look, buying calls at the top, that's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. We need to wait for a significant drawdown, look for a good entry. Yeah, we're going to need to wait for a significant drawdown or pullback. Don't recommend buying calls at the top. All right, Discord, if you took this flexion right here at, what is this? 52.35, you need to protect this trade, okay? We got to see if we can make 53.13 some type of support. Now we got to test to see this magenta, how much strength is in it, right? We want to know if we're gonna top, bottom, top, bottom. We need to see if this is gonna happen, so let's wait and find out. A lot of resistance right here at 53.13. So if they decided to break this magenta here, this would also be reasonable. A retest somewhere down here if they want to continue. So it's still in the magenta for now. We'll see. If they wanted to break and retest down here for a little bit more strength, reasonable. So it'd be nice if we can grab the liquidity from this bottom magenta and this 53.13 and get a nice pop. But this is where we need to figure out our life right here. This 53.13. This is where we need to figure it out. Almost back in market open. All right, here's a third bite at the apple. We're not going to give you much more chances, so figure out what you want to do. Third bite at the apple. We need to see this 5313 break with some authority. Looks like a put question mark. Mowgli, you need to join the Discord. All the answers are in there. We do know that we see a lot of resistance here. Could be. We don't know. When it is time for that, we're already prepared. We are already prepared for it. What we do know is this: a lot of resistance at this 5313. If they want to break it, it needs to have some strength. We need to get above this 5313, make this some type of support. All right, protect this. We don't know if this is just a liquidity grab or if it's going to be support. So you need to start adjusting your stops, protecting the trade. All right, let's see if they want to respect 53.13 or not. Are they respecting the 53.13 or not? All right, so this blue's interesting, right? This blue's the interesting one. We see where all the liquidity is at, right? 53.13 around here. Five MA is at 49.80. I'm just going to move this over slightly. Just going to move it over just a little bit. All right, you got a chance to figure your life out now, right? You got a chance to figure your life out. Let's check on VWAP. Where's VWAP? What's VWAP talking about? Oh, okay, yeah. Touch VWAP right here. So they broke VWAP, retested VWAP. Let's see what they want to do at VWAP. This 5313, they're having a hard time, right? They're having a rough time at 5313. We need to make this some type of support. We saw that it broke above, but it couldn't make support here. Just chop, just in the chop. If we can get above 5313 and start that strong cycle, then maybe. But we gotta see what blue wants to do. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. It's just going sideways. Back on VWAP. Back on market open. Now we're on the 1 minute, we're almost at the water line, still above the water though. Above the water, maybe starting that bear cycle, and then above the water. All right, we're testing the water line now. Damn, we've just gone sideways for like the last, since market open. 45 minutes sideways. Now look, we know we got heavy resistance right here at 53.13. If they want to break it, it needs to be a very strong, like a significant candle to break this 53.13. All right, testing the water line now. Which is also VWAP. They want to burn the option contracts. You might be right, Raphael. You might be right. We're going to find out. So now we're going to see what's going to happen here, Discord, okay? Now we're at this point. We're going to find out now. Now we're about to find out. Holding calls overnight in this environment with the war and peace deal, no peace deal, or whatever it is, good luck. Good luck holding trades overnight. If you're doing short trades, like 1 or 2 days, something like that, good luck. We see this battle between 5313 and VWAP. Battle between VWAP and 5313. We got the 5 at what is this? 49.72. Back at market open. Right back at market open. Damn, almost 1 hour sideways. I'm not sure if it's trending down just yet. We'll know when. It's not just yet. I mean, it's literally just sideways. It's literally just sideways. I wouldn't call it downtrend just yet. All right, let's see what this blue's talking about. Oh, man, back at market open. Nothing's changed. We've gone nowhere. We're just retesting VWAP again. Retesting VWAP. Yeah, it looks like we're just stuck between 53.13 and VWAP, so. $53.13 is major resistance right here. Let's see if they break it with some authority. They're just testing it, right? We haven't broken. It needs to be some strength behind it, or else we're just chopping around in between VWAP and 53.13. This blue is probably the ugliest algo we could be in. Look at this heavy resistance at 53.13. They can't break and get above. Plenty of liquidity inside this blue. Plenty of liquidity in the blue. Between 53.13 and VWAP. You see what's happening. You don't even need to think. This is painful to watch. Jeez. There's like super resistance at 53.13. Super resistance. Look, one of them's gonna win, right? Because we see this happening. We know one of them's gonna win. We see this, and this, and this. One of them's gonna win. Okay. That resistance hit. Look at the 5. There must have been some news event. Look at the 5 right here. Oh, wow. What is going on right now? What is this? Oh, my. Okay. What is this? What is this? Leah? I don't know what is going on. Look, if you're taking a trade and you already have your stop on, it's gonna stop you out. So you need it. You can't have a stop. If you're taking the put, you can't have a stop on right now. If you're taking the put, this is too hectic. Shof, we have no. Something must have just happened. I mean, I knew there were super resistance right here, but damn. But damn. I know I literally just called it super resistance, but holy jeez. What is that? Now we got to see if they're going to do a liquidity grab off the 5. This might be liquidity grab off the 5. So if you're looking for it, I already told everyone what the entry was, right? Wow. Wow. What is this? From 53? 4 points in one candle. Four points in one candle. There had to be some type of news event. I mean, not necessarily. Could just be a liquidity grab off the 5. We got to see what the 5's going to say. Look, if you weren't able to catch this put underneath blue, that's nothing you can do about that. There's nothing you can do about that. Wait for the continuation. Let's let it play out. Let's let it play out. We're gonna let it play out, and then I'm gonna tell everyone to rewind the tape to the first candle this morning. Okay? Just let it play out. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're gonna see. We're gonna know what our entry is, right? Below the 5 is what we're looking for. If not, it could be liquidity grab off the 5, right? If you weren't able to catch, that's damn near impossible to catch this put. That's damn near impossible, so let it play out. Mowgli said he caught the wave. Congratulations, Mowgli, on catching the wave. Let's see what they want to do. Let's see if we test 5313. All right, we see where they're retesting underneath blue right here. So we see we broke blue, we're retesting blue. Let's see what they want to do now. Back above 5230, or back above the blue as well, would oh, I did that messed up. Okay, I am something like this would be okay for a call, and then we got to see if we get continuation down here. So wait for all this if you're looking for calls. If you're looking for puts, you know what your safety is. Damn, that's super, what is it? Super resistance was tough. It was, that was more super than I intended. God damn. That super resistance was not playing around. I knew this blue had some strength in it, but damn, I didn't know it was going to be like that. All right, Discord, you know what your safety puts are, right? Nothing's changed. Nothing has changed. It's on the way, Tyler. You gotta wait. Just be patient. It's on the way. There's nothing you can do about that, right? Either you understood that there was heavy resistance right here at 53.13, and then the entry was probably on the break of this blue here, which would have been really tough to catch, but the resistance at the super resistance at 53.13, there's no one could have imagined that. Now you gotta wait. Just be patient. Watch. Just watch. All right, we're retesting the bottom of the blue now, right? We don't even have to guess. We know there's heavy liquidity on the bottom of this blue. Yeah, this market is all fake. This is all market manipulation. Don't even worry about it. None of this is real. If you notice, every time the weekend happens, every Friday, there's either we have a deal or we don't have a deal. And then over the weekend, when you can't do anything about it, that's when it goes hectic. So look, we have resistance at this blue, and also, what did I say? The 52.30. So wait for this to become some type of support. Yeah, all the big technical financial stuff says we shouldn't be going up, right? Nobody has any money. We shouldn't be going up. That's why I try not to predict the stock market, but sometimes we get lucky. Sometimes we get lucky. Look, if you weren't able to catch the put on the break of blue, there's nothing you can do about that. This was, you know, we all just lived through the last 15 minutes. So don't feel FOMO like, oh man, yada, yada, yada. Don't. There's nothing you can do about that. Tyler, if you hold on just a little bit, I just want to verify something, but I'm gonna make a reference. I'm gonna make a reference. Yeah, we'll find out. Let's just be a little bit patient. Probably gonna have to wait another 20-30 minutes or so. Be a little bit patient. Remember, if you get stopped out on one end, then we know where the money is. It's okay. As long as you don't over leverage, you'll be fine. 5MA. I don't know when you join the stream, but I'm not gonna say that was already the expected move. I'm not gonna say it. I don't know. I'm not sure when exactly you joined, but I'm not gonna say this was. Okay. Yeah. I want to wait a little bit, so I'm just gonna wait. I'll wait just a little bit. I don't want to be preemptive. Let me make sure everything's gonna happen. Yeah, Tyler, it's gonna be very hard in there because it's very vague and it's very vague. That's the thing, right? And there's a million goddamn screenshots. No one knows what the shit's going on. It's very vague in there. That's why it's hard to make exact. I already know, brother. Trust me, I already know. I'll show you. Or if you can't do it now. You can't do it right now because you can't rewind on the YouTube right now. However, when this stream is done, do yourself a favor. Go back and open up the live stream. And I want you to pay attention to what I said maybe 1 or 2 minutes into the market and how very specific I was. Do yourself a favor. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I mean, it already did happen. It already did happen. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. Yeah. Do yourself a favor. Do that. You'll see. Very specific, very clear criteria. It doesn't mean we're going to win every trade, but at least, you'll see what I'm talking about. Do yourself that favor. I'm telling you. When this stream is done, when I cut it off, then it's going to allow you to rewind. Go to like the first 5 minutes, not even. Watch what I say, the first 5 minutes. You'll see. Watch. I'm telling you. We have a very specific criteria. People have different risk tolerances, so I try to give different risk tolerances some leeway or some setups for different risk tolerances, but I was very clear. Here, watch. I'll show you this right now. Here, let me share this. I'll share it with you. Watch. Right here. Look. 6 minutes into the market. Okay. Don't fight the trend too much. We're technically in an uptrend. Look for calls. If we break a certain level, then we'll adjust. Okay? Now, if you go back and look to what I said the first thing this morning, all that will make sense. All of that will make sense. The first thing I said this morning. Go back and watch. Watch for yourself. I don't need to make it up. It's all live. I do everything live. Everything's done live. There's not a million goddamn screenshots and confusing the shit out of people. Well, which screenshot is it now? And then you got to go through a million different screenshots to figure out, well, is this one happening or is it? And also, the charts aren't updated, yada, yada, yada. I know exactly what you mean, Tyler. Trust me. And you're not the only one. None of this right here is an accident. Watch, when you rewind that tape, you'll see. You're going to rewind the tape and see. All right, we need to get above 52.30 and make this some type of support, right? This is a nice liquidity grab off what? The 5. Very nice. Now we just need to let the market do what it needs to do. We see the volatility. We see the environment we're in. We don't need to guess and try to... We see the environment we're in, okay? So let it play out. It will be very clear. Just let it play out. You're not going to be late. Look, if we get below, what is this? Mowgli, join the damn Discord. It's already in there. Oh man, it's already in there, brother. You gotta join the Discord. Look, if we get underneath 50.96, we gotta look the other way, okay? Underneath 50.96, we're just stuck in chop. And this is a perfect range to stop everybody out doing nothing all day, right? This would be absolutely perfect to fade to the side. Keeping right above the 5 just like this all day would be market maker's dream. So unless a certain thing happens, we're probably not interested. If we get above 52.30, we'll have an idea. 53.13, we're going to look for our call entries. Here, let's see if we can identify some boxes. So look, we know what our safety is, right? We know what the safety is. None of that's changed. None of that has changed. Look at this goddamn lick box here. So let's wait for the proper setup. Now look, we got to see how this 30-minute candle ends, right? We got to see what the result of this 30-minute candle, because look at this damn wick. Look at this damn wick. So they grab liquidity off of 48.20, you know, a little bit, tiny bit underneath. We got to see what they want to do with this candle. If they just do this, it's going to be an ugly day. It's just going to be chop. So keep in mind what the safety is. Go off of that. Let's start looking at our trading plans and seeing which ones are, well, we got to wait for this. We got 2 minutes on this candle. So let's see how this candle ends, okay? Let's wait for that 30-minute candle to come to a close. Let me clean this up. Yeah, that 53.13, that was tough. I have it on both the 5-minute and the 1 minute, so we know that there's heavy resistance here, right? We know what needs to happen on 53.13 for any type of safety. We already know. You don't need to think. You see all the wicks? Wick, 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 wick. So if you're playing the game in here, in between let's say underneath 50.96 and the 5, this is, you know, this is just chop. We know where our safety is. If you're playing the game in here, that's on you. We have a very specific criteria what needs to happen, right? It has to do something like this. It has to do something like this. Otherwise, they're just doing this. So wait for the setup. So we broke above this lick box, retested it, and we couldn't get any strength above, right? If you're looking for any calls, number one, we need to break this blue. Number two, so if we break the blue and if we form support at 53.13, then we'll look for our call entry, okay? Otherwise, we're just doing this. Let me clear up no man's land right here. This is what it is. That's the answer. The answer is on your 5-minute chart. You don't even need to think anymore. That's the answer. Now let's see. This is the 5 is at 49.44. Let's look for 49.44. Okay, that's probably going to be retesting this blue right here. 49.44 is probably going to be retesting this blue somewhere over here. All right, so this 30-minute finished with a very interesting wick. Very interesting wick. We're above the water. Bear cycle above the water. Below the water, bear. Below the water, bear. So just wait for the setup. Just wait for it. If you're playing around in here, you're taking the risk. Tyler, yeah. Definitely call it a day. There's no reason to sit here and do this all day. They're setting up the move for Monday. Monday's going to be way easier. Monday's going to be way easier. A little bit later on today, I think today's got some potential as well. Once a certain thing happens, we just got to let it happen, but don't over leverage, right? If your mind's not in it, then every green or every red candle is going to be very attractive and seductive. So it's very important that you understand that about yourself, and that's a good thing. That you understand mentally you're not there, okay? And that happens to everybody. Every single person it happens to. There's no way anyone could have known that the rejection of this 5313 and underneath the blue would happen with this ferocity, right? Nothing you can do about that sort of stuff. But don't feel weird about it. What you could do, take a little bit of time, go through my last few videos. Go through my last few videos and see what happened and see how we did. I do like a weekly breakdown. Go through the weekly breakdown videos. It's very simple. It's very simple. And we also do it live. Everything's done live. You see what's happening. It's all right, brother. Just don't over leverage. You know what? You probably don't want to hear it, but paper trade for a little bit. You need to paper trade for a little bit. Build your confidence back. Build your account back in the paper trade account. This is what I recommend. Paper trade for a little bit. There's nothing wrong with that. I've had to go back to paper trading like at least 2 times, maybe even 3 times. Where I'm like, I need to reset, right? And because what happens is we know there's going to be red candles, but you know, in the beginning, once we have that, when we're fearless and we take a trade and we follow the rules and we get those wins, then we're like, oh, okay, this is easy. I got it. Easy money. I just got to sit here and wait. But then as soon as we get slapped in the face that one time, everything changes in your psychology. You start doubting everything and you start chasing everything too soon. You don't let the play out. This is you and everybody. Everyone, we're all very similar. So once you learn how to be more robotic and, you know, allow whatever needs to happen, everything gets easier. And then you realize it's just a matter of risk management. Am I waiting for about? I'm waiting for certain levels to break. Once certain levels break, then I'll know. I'm not interested in getting involved in the chop. Certain levels will break, and then I'll know. You know, I have hypothesis. I have an idea in my head, which is a bias. instead of going off my bias, I'm willing to take less reward, but also less risk. That's what I'm willing to do. You know, as long as I get something and I can move forward, then I'm okay with that. I don't need to get 100% of every move. I already know that's not going to happen. I already know that is not going to happen. I know what the criteria is for me to feel some type of confidence in a trade. I know what the criteria is. Unless that criteria has happened, I'm not interested. I'm okay with letting, you know, there's been so many times where I've told myself, man, I knew it was going to go up. I should have just got in earlier. I knew it was going to go up, and then it goes up, let's say. Just an example. And now what I'm doing is conditioning myself to go in or take trades based off vibes. What I decided to do is stop doing that, and I allow the setup to actually take place, and then I have to learn to be happy with whatever the money is that I get after that. Whatever it is I collect, I got to be happy with that. Instead of saying, I knew I should have, I knew I should have. This is going to ruin your mind. And if your mind's not into this, you need to call it a day. There's been times where I get stopped out short. Like, I know for sure the price is going to go somewhere. And I'll say it on the stream. The price is definitely going here. And I see that red candle. I'm like, let me collect now. And then, you know, the price goes on to where it needs to go. And then I rage quit because I'm like, gosh, dang it. You know, I'm just mad at myself. But it's because I know I'm not going to be good to anybody in the current mental state. So once that criteria happens, then I'll know, okay, I have a higher probability shot of the next thing I expect. It's all probabilities. We don't know. We don't know. The truth is we don't know. Because in any normal circumstance, this would, not really with this wick. Not really with this wick, but you would assume, okay, we got to the 5 and we broke the 5. Not only did we break the 5, but we went down like how many points? From 49 all the way down to 40. So 1 full point break. So you would expect, maybe there's some more downside here. But it ended up being a liquidity grab. It ended up being a liquidity grab. And then if you rewind, whenever you get the ability to rewind, go listen to the first 5 minutes of this stream. Not only do I literally draw it on the screen. I literally draw it on the screen. The first 5 minutes of the stream. None of this is a surprise. All right, so we got this wick here on this 30-minute. Still above the water technically. I'm here. I'm just going to be quiet for a little bit. All right, let it play out. Let it play out. Okay. Let's see what we got. I'm just going to move this over. I'm not changing anything, just moving it over. If you took blue, protect this trade. If you took blue, protect this trade. Tyler, we have a very specific criteria. It's very clear, very easy. You don't need to think too hard. If you're getting frustrated, just rest assured there's better options out there. There's better options out there, and there's other people that used to be where you are that are here now. So just realize that that's not an accident. Very easy, very simple on the break of blue, right? So if you took blue, we got to the target, protect your trade. Other than this, now we gotta wait. If you're waiting for this, then wait for it. If you took the risk on the break of blue, because look, here's the shadow realm. Here's the shadow realm. Yeah, over trading, not a good idea. There's only 3 or 4 trades in a day. And, excuse me, there's only 3 trades in a day. Most likely only 2. If we're doing more than that, think about it. It takes an hour to set up a play. And then it takes another hour, 45 minutes for that play to get to the next key level, right? There's only 6.5 hours in a day. So there's only so many plays we can take, which means number 1, we got to wait for the A1 setup. And number 2, we have to hold and allow it to play out. Discord, if you took the break of blue, protect this trade, right? If you're waiting for this, wait for it. We know 13 is mega liquidity. If it wants to break 13, it has to be a very significant candle. We already identified this very early on. Now, even though this wick is interesting, look at all this rejection right here. Look at this rejection on the 30. So wait for the proper setup. When 13 breaks, it's probably going to move. On a break and retest, it's probably going to move. So just wait for that to happen. Now, officially, now it's official. Now that we retested this, literally everything that I said would happen within 2 or 3 minutes of the market open has happened officially on the 11/16 candle. What is this? Yeah, 11/16. Now everything happened. I'll just say it right now. Early this morning, I told everybody in the world, it would be nice if we had a push up, retrace back down, grab liquidity off the 5 before retesting this level right here. I didn't know exactly what the level was, but a push up and back down. The level ended up being 53.13. Everything has now happened, right? Every single thing. So now let's see if this happens. You don't have to believe me. Go rewind the tape. It's all done live and in real time. I told the Discord members we should be looking for call entries. Call entries where? With deep structure. Where's the deep structure? At the 5. At the 5. I'm here. I'm going to be quiet for a little bit. The yellow, yeah. This is the 5MA. This is the 5MA. This is the 5MA. Right here. This is the 5. Stacy, thank you so much. Stacy's my forceful backup. Right? I literally drew exactly what was going to happen 1 or 2 minutes, maybe 5 minutes into the market. Maybe that long. It didn't take me long to figure this out. Everything happened to perfection. Everything. Now we just got to let it play out. Let's look for continuation now. Tyler, you're going to be fine. Don't worry. It's not an accident that you're here now. You're going to be fine. You're going to be perfectly fine. We just need discipline holding our trades and letting it play out. That's the only thing we need discipline with. Myself included, not just you, myself included. I need that discipline as well. I'm going to be quiet for a quick second. I'm still here. All right, Discord, we had second bite at the apple on the break of this blue. Figure out your life. We know there's a lot of resistance here. We may be starting that bull cycle, but we're maybe getting into overbought. So they may need to, it may be a little bit violent here. Obviously, it may be violent, right? Because we see the violence. We see the violence, right? We see the violence right here. Look for the daily simple moving average. I don't know if it's Rakeshi or Rakishi, but I'll call you racks on racks. Look for the daily simple moving average. Okay. Here we are. Here we are. Heavy liquidity. Remember, we want to see a nice strong candle closing above 53.13. Here goes that resistance. We need to close above. We need a nice strong candle close above. Here goes that resistance right here. Let's see what they want to do. Let's see what they want to do. We know there's going to be some hostility right here, right? We already know. So if you took the break of blue, protect your trade. We're going to call this one. I mean, technically we can call this one, but that happened too fast. So I don't need to. This happened too fast for everybody. Look at this heavy resistance right here. Heavy resistance right here on the top of this, what is this? This flexion point here. All right, let me see who's in here. All right, look, here's another way how we knew exactly what was going to happen. Watch, watch, watch. Everyone, pay attention. Gather around the campfire. Here we go, watch. I'm going to share the screen. We're going to go to our trading plan for the morning. Look at the date. Look at the time. Let's look at this mini cup and handle. We wanted to see the price swoop down, grab some liquidity, maybe off the 5 or this blue right here. You see this blue? Grab some liquidity off there before pushing up, right? Let's see what happened in real life. Well, gosh darn it. What do you know? What do you know? You see that the price swooped down, grab liquidity off this blue, right? The blue before pushing up. Easy money. This is too easy. It's actually too easy. Look, if you need more proof than that, there's nothing I can do for you. There's absolutely nothing I can do for you. If you need more proof, then and look, we went over this together. We went over this together. We knew where the put entry was. I told everyone this morning, we're looking for call entries, right? We're looking for calls. We already had it marked out on the screen. You know, we went over this. Not only did I say we're looking for calls, but I drew in the morning exactly what was going to happen. Everything played out perfect. Everything played out perfect. Damn near to the penny. So now we don't know. Now we got to wait. So Tyler, you know, there's no guarantee with the stock market. So when I say safety, quote unquote, that means it's a higher likelihood of success. That's what I mean. I can't give, because I'm not going to give 100%, right? I'm never going to say 100% this is going to happen. But when I put the quote unquote safety in the Discord, that means this is probably a higher probability chance of success. I said probably a higher probability. That sounds stupid. 1.6 GPA, leave me alone. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money we printed. Protect your trade, right? Protect your trade. Easy money. Easy money. It's too easy. We knew this was going to happen. Now we're here. We don't know from here. If we stay above, great. If not, the entry was on the break of blue. I specifically said this. I can't be any more precise, right? I can't be any more precise than tell people what's going to happen before it happens. If you're not in the Discord, sucks to suck. Figure out your life. You have the opportunity. All the information's there. I'm giving away all the answers to the test. If $45 is too much for a week, if $45 is too much, this ain't for you. You should be doing something else. You shouldn't be sitting here playing around with the stock market. I'm being a friend. I'm being a friend to you. It's what your good friends would tell you. Past this, we don't know. We don't know past this. Maybe, again, like I said, maybe here are the options. I'll put in the Discord. Here are the options. We have this right here. And we have this one right here. Look, we're still inside this lick box, right? We're still inside here. So let this clear out. Let this lick box clear out. Because if we get caught up inside here for the rest of the day, it's going to be ugly. So let it clear out. Okay, yeah, runch time, right? Runch time. So runch time, as they say in Japan, right? Runch time means maybe compression time. We had our morning move. We had our morning volatility. Maybe they want to compress in a certain direction to grab liquidity before the next move. This is what we're expecting. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. If it just grinds in a direction ugly for the next probably until 13, around 13. Highly likely. Why is it likely? Because it happens often. That's why. Only because it happens often. So we'll find out, right? But, blue was the entry. This is all we can get out of it. I mean, this happened perfect. This was, if you didn't take, when I said it, what if this is just a liquidity grab from the 5? If you didn't take it here, then the other entry was on the break of this blue here. If you didn't take it here, now you're waiting for the setup. Very simple. You don't need to think too hard. All right, really quick, I'm going to share the screen. Screen share. Watch this. Screen share. Here we go. Look. This morning, blues run the battle. Remember, we want deep structure for calls. Deep structure for calls. Okay? Don't fight the trend. Look for calls. If it goes below a certain level, and I said the certain level right here, if it goes below then we'll look for something else. Until then, we want deep structure for the calls. Okay? This is, I'm giving away the answers here. Giving away the answers. And I even drew out exactly where it was going to happen this morning. I said where the best call entry was going to be on the 5. It just had to, not that it had to be like that, but I get lucky sometimes. So now we're here. The play played out. Now we need to see what the next setup is. Everything happened. So allow it to play out and we'll see. It'll be obvious. It'll be obvious. We know we have heavy resistance right here. If they want to fade here for the rest of the day, reasonable. Why? Because all the liquidity zones were hit. They were all hit. Everything. We even had a trading plan. The trading plan was absolutely perfect. So, they got some time. The market looks like it's moving today. So, I mean, it was stagnant this morning, right? It just stayed chopping this morning. It's moving today, but they got some time. Above the water. Getting above the water. Above the water. Look at this wick. Remember this wick we talked about? Easy money. All right, now let it play out. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Discord, the plays are already on your 5-minute chart. If you don't understand it, you need to let me know now. Let me know right now if you don't understand what's going on. Now look, I don't like to impose my bias on you all because I want you to have the ability to, you know, this is going to take a little bit of time, but to analyze the price action. And again, on that break of blue where it just dumped 4 points in a second, nothing you can do about that. It was a liquidity grab. That's all. They needed to grab liquidity. The heavy resistance at 513, I'm not going to say it was obvious, but the super resistance, it was a thing. We identified the break on blue, right? So that blue, this first one right here, this first one right here, this would have been any other day. This would have been, you know, the obvious, you know, no one expected it to go that quick, that fast. Impossible, really, unless you were already in. But, you know, we kind of already knew. How do we know that? Because I put a little line right here. But anyways, besides the fact, the 5 was the thing, right? We want to look for calls off the 5. We want to look for the deep structure. If this isn't deep structure, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. Look for deep structure for calls, right? Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. But this is going to take time to put together what I'm drawing, to put together the analysis, and to understand what it looks like visually. It's going to take a little bit of time for you to understand that. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme at all. This is a risk management philosophy. We're managing our risk. And if one of them doesn't work, you better believe we have a very high rate, damn near 100%. You know, high 99 point something percent. But if one of them doesn't work, we know where the money is on the other side. This is always going to be a theme because it always works. And it's worked since February 3rd, 2025. Because we have it documented, so we know it's true. So it's up to you to allow the play to play out, allow the contract to gain value, or your contracts, and don't get greedy. If you see money, take the damn money. All right, let's see what VWAP's talking about. I'm here. I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Today looks like supply and demand day. Today looks like supply and demand. Let's see, 51. What is this? 51.84. We got 51.68 right here. Okay. Let it play out. Remember, nothing's changed. Underneath 50.96, we got to start to look the other way. Okay, protect this trade, right? Look, so remember, well, if you're not on the Discord, you don't have access to the 5-minute chart. The 5-minute chart's where we make all of our money. We identified the pullback to exactly right here for the push up. Everything played out perfect, right? Everything played out. You know, it went a little bit below right here. I think we can a little bit of extra push up, right? We needed this little bit extra to give us that push up, but this was an easy trade. This was a very easy trade. Easy money. If you don't have access to the 5-minute chart, I flashed it on the screen a few times for YouTube as well, but the Discord, we were prepared. We were prepared for that, right? We understood because I put in the chat exactly what the put scenario was, right? So there was no question on what the put scenario was. Therefore, we only had a call setup. We only had a call setup because we knew exactly what the put scenario was. I identified it very clear. Now we're back at our resistance. We're back at the resistance. Everything played out perfect. Mowgli said I sold a little too soon, but WP. But I'm not sure what WP means. Look at the money we printed. This is absolute perfection on this play. Absolute perfection. Oh, with profit. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, with profit, maybe. Well played. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well played. Oh, man. Well played indeed. If I do say so myself, I think I was pretty gosh damn spot on. Like perfect. Absolutely perfect. It doesn't get any better. No one on the internet is doing what I'm doing. It doesn't exist. It just simply doesn't exist. Look, you don't have to believe me. Watch, I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to you. Look, let me share the screen. Screen share. This had to be the puts. I put it right here very clearly, very clearly, very clear. Let's go back to it. Otherwise, we were in a call scenario. I've been telling you all morning, look for calls. Look for the calls. When the puts happen, I'll tell you when. I'll tell you when. You know, if by some... I mean, I know we saw the resistance here and we know we expected the test of the 5 early this morning. So if you're in puts then, you would have had to wait for that 5 to grab that liquidity. Or wait for the break of this blue right here for that push down. This blue right here for that push down, right? Now, if you were just taking plays because you see resistance here, I guess that's fine, a little risky, but you know, buying puts at the top makes more sense than buying calls at the top, right? So I get that. However, our entry technically was on the break of this blue right here. This was the entry for puts. It happened way too quick. We knew our call entry was on the 5. We knew that it had to be on the, or, you know, that was our best bet. We knew we had another opportunity for calls right here when I drew it on the screen with perfection. And I've been saying all morning, we're looking for calls. We are looking for calls. You know, I can only repeat it, but so many times. When the put happens, I will tell you. We'll know because I'll tell you. You don't need to guess. You don't need to think too hard. You don't need to, oh, red candle, green candle, should I go buy? You don't need to think about all that. When a certain thing happens, we will know. We will know. It'll be very clear, very obvious. You don't need to think too hard. So stop being nervous in your trades. Let it play out. You're not going to win them all. We already know that. But we win. But as long as you let your winners win and don't get greedy, you're going to come out on top. This is just math. It's just math. Very simple. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. Wait till Sunday. Wait till Sunday night to join so you get the full the full week. Or wait till Sunday so you can be prepared for Monday morning. That'll be your best bet. Look, the play played out. Absolute perfection. Now we need to figure out the next play. I think we already know what it is, right? Discord, we already know what it is, right? It's all happening, right? Everything is happening, right? Everything. So just let it play out. You don't need to think too hard. You don't need to be nervous in a trade. Just don't over leverage. Don't over trade. There's only like what? 2-3 trades in a day? Maybe. We don't want to get caught in here. Wait for, you know what needs to happen. It's already on the screen. Very simple, very easy. And if you were thinking earlier today, Mowgli, I'm buying puts just because. Okay, nothing wrong with that. You got a 50-50 shot. But I like data. I like data. I like to have something to go off of other than vibes. If a certain thing happens, sure, maybe. Maybe. But until that thing, I'll reserve my assessments. Because Mowgli, you can say, look, I was right. Look, it went down, right? I was right. You could say that, sure. You had a 50-50 shot. You got a 50-50 shot. You could have flipped a coin and been just as profitable. And then you would have had to be in and be out instantly. You would have had to be in and be out instantly. Mowgli, stop it. You didn't. No, Mowgli. I don't know what time you joined the stream, but I'm 100% positive that I drew the exact play before it happened 2 minutes into the session. So it's not like you're like, oh man, I saw the trend. No, you didn't. Because I drew it. I told you what was going to happen. But, I could be wrong. Maybe you just took a good guess. Maybe you took a good guess. And look, you had a 50-50 shot either way. But how did that work out for you? If you weren't in and out in literally seconds, I mean, you had less than 120 seconds to be in and out before it went against you. So, sure. Yeah. Anyone could have guessed that, right? Especially when I drew it on the screen before it happened, 2 minutes into the session. Sure. I know I was reading the whole time. However, you said it far after I drew it on the screen. Way after. I know, I see it. Go rewind the tape. You're going to see. Rewind the tape. I agree. Yeah, I'm not saying you didn't make money. What I'm saying is by making the assumption before we got the data, right? You would have had to be in and out, right? Within 120 seconds. 120 seconds. As opposed to waiting for the proper setup and then look. And then look. I mean, I don't need... The data's on the screen. 120 seconds. Good luck, right? And it's not like I didn't identify it and I said exactly what would happen before it happened. None of it's a surprise. We already knew. I mean, we didn't know, but we had a good idea. The point that I'm trying to get across is not who's right or who's wrong. Everyone has a 50-50 shot, right? That's not the point. The point I'm trying to get across is that why don't we rely on the data? Let's rely on data. Because if you rewind the tape, you were literally saying a downtrend when it wasn't a downtrend. Right? You were literally saying it's a downtrend. You saw resistance, but it wasn't a downtrend. Let's say you called it at 955. Let's just say, right? This is not a downtrend. You understand what I'm saying? So, no, not really. It wasn't a downtrend. Doug, which one did you take? You took the put at the top, or did you take the call on the break of this blue? Well played. Well played. Did you get out at the 5? I'm assuming you got out somewhere near the 5, or else you had to get out at the 5, or else there's no way. Damn it, Doug, I gotta go reread your message. Doug said, I was in already, so it took 5 seconds because I had a strong support. Okay, 750, good. Since early this morning. Good, good, good. Very good job. All I know is I paid 57 and sold for 290. Oh, good job, man. Yeah, because, you know, we already knew way ahead of time. Way ahead of time. Oh man, if they grind in here like this, it's gonna be annoying for the rest of the day. We're testing the top of this lick box here. All right, we have two contending ideas right now. We're coming up to the top of this orange, but we're also testing the top of this maybe breakout point. So we'll see. We need to form support above, what is this? 53.36. All right, Doug says, and I only got in because I think you had mentioned about needing to be in and out quickly, but not being time for puts yet. Exactly. But as usual, I wanted to be a hero. I wanted to be a hero and get it just to get out, get lucky, but did not. Get greedy, got out quick. All right, good. You got out quick. You understood the task. Perfect. You did the right thing. It's okay to take the risk sometimes, but just understand, don't over leverage. Don't hold till infinitum, because we've already identified where. Look at the money. Look at the money. Look at the money. Look at the money we just printed. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Mowgli, I'm just saying. You identified a downtrend? Where? You identified a liquidity grab? All right, cool. But there was no downtrend, homie. You know what? Maybe whatever you're doing is working. But in the Discord that I run, I like to run off of data. I like and certain amount of data, right? If you're calling a downtrend from this, okay. I don't know where you saw a downtrend, but okay. You saw it. You know, you got special eyes. I don't know where you saw it, but okay. Good luck to you, brother. Good luck. Whenever you're ready for like consistent winning, join the Discord. Go to livespytrading.com. You'll be all right. You will be all right. Doug, stop it. Mowgli said that he saw it. He said he saw the downtrend. I know it. Mowgli said, bears are here, bears are here. Bears are here. Bulls are coming, bears are here. That's too perfect. That's too perfect. Love you, Mowgli. But look, whenever you're ready, brother, we'll be here. When you're ready for consistent winning, for something you can rely on, something you can repeat over and over and over and over, we'll be here. Take your time. There's no rush. If you want to maximize your, you can, maybe get some work done on the live stream for YouTube. But if you want to actually make this a thing, if you want to make it more than a hobby, join the Discord. You'll be fine. Is it going up, Mowgli? Oh man, it is. Let me double check. Is this going up? Damn, Mowgli, you're right again. You are right again. Mowgli strikes again. Mowgli, I need to join your Discord. Give me the hookup, though. I need the hookup, Mowgli. I need the hookup. I don't like to pay full price for anything. You're a good sport. You'd fit in well. Because we like to do a lot of joking around, but you're a good sport. You'd fit in well. But take your time, brother. There's no rush. Market ain't going nowhere. Careful with this resistance up here, okay, Discord? Let it be obvious. Carpentry, I like it. Man, I wish I tried to do my stuff on, I try to like build little things here and there, like tape, whatever things I need around the house. I can get the job done, but it's never like well put together. It always just works. everything I build, it works. But it's never like well done. It's never like well measured, or I can never get the same cut twice. I measure 5 times and cut 5 times. You're supposed to be measured twice, cut once. I measure 5 times, I cut 6 times. Look, we see this resistance right here, okay? No surprise. Just be patient. Let it be obvious. Anyways, carpentry, that is the work of Jesus. I'm always jealous whenever I see carpentry done like on YouTube. I try to do some shit and I always see them. I'm like, damn, how they do it so perfect. It looks so easy. And then I try to do it and everything in the world works against me. Like, okay, my saw blade decides to go dull right now at this moment. Okay, my extension cord not long enough. Gee, come on, man. Everything goes wrong when I try to build something. I'm always trying to be a woodworker. Always. I don't know why. Ew, no homo. No homo. You know what? It's 2026. Pro homo. All right, we're above the water, above the water, above the water. A little bit of weakness on the 5 though, right? A little bit of weakness on the 5. 3,500 square foot shop. Your shop? Is that your shop or you build it for somebody else? I just have a garage. I have a pretty well set up garage and I think I'm doing something with myself. I got my garage set up and I think I'm doing something. I have every tool in the world. I don't use not even close to half. I have every tool you can imagine. Tools I don't even need. And I don't use hardly any of it. But I'm always prepared. I'm always prepared. And when it comes to like materials, I'm a hoarder. When it comes to like building material or anything like that, I hoard everything. I'm like, I could use this. I could use this coat hanger for something. I'll need it for something. I could use this random string. I could use these screws. Like if I get screws or bolts from whatever, something else, I'll hold on to it. I could use it. I put it in my screw drawer. Or yeah, it's like a bucket that I have. All right, we got 26 seconds on this candle. A little bit of weakness in on this orange, right? A little bit of, or is it the orange? Yeah, it looks like a little bit of weakness on the orange. So let's see how this orange plays out. Remember, it's Friday. If they wanted to fade sideways, reasonable. I don't have a CNC. Come on now, I'm not a carpenter. I'm not a carpenter, Mowgli. I just trade stocks. I mean, I day trade. What the hell? I wish I did. If I had a CNC, I would never have a problem measuring and cutting. It would, it would be done. All right, now you're just doing a weird flex on everybody. All right, look, we see this resistance here, right? Expected. Very expected. So we probably want to not only break this orange. This is for Discord. Not only do we want to break the orange, we also want to form some support above 5387, okay? So break orange and capital A and D, BRR 53.87. It's probably our best bet, right? Otherwise, we've been 100% on the day. Every tool that a normal person, every tool that like regular ass people have. I'm a regular ass people. So every tool that regular ass people have, that's me. I got it. Anything Harbor Freight has for sale, it's in my garage. You know how many free buckets from Harbor Freight that I got? Oh man, I'm about to go get another one. About to get another Harbor Freight bucket just to have something to build something out of it. I'm going to use that bucket and build something out of it. I don't know what yet, but I'm going to build it. All right, Discord, we see this resistance right here, right? This is expected. No surprise here. No surprise. We already knew this was going to happen. Let's see if they want to build some support on, what is this? 5313. Oh, back to 5313. The evil 5313. So let's see what they want to do with 5313. We know that this area right here, check it, watch this. We know this is going to be the spot, right? So it used to be former resistance. You see the resistance? So now we're trying to make it current support. All right, so let's wait for that. Let me know if everyone just heard what I just said, or someone, so then they could pass the word on, because I have to get out of here shortly. Where's my bullshit ass microphone? Where'd the microphone go? God damn it. No rant. Listen, maybe a rant. What state are you in? I'm in California, Mowgli. So whenever you see the times on the live stream, whenever I go into the Discord and you see the time, that's Pacific Standard Time. You didn't miss a rant, but I was verbally accosting Mowgli for a little bit. And I threw some friendly light racism in there. All right, Colorado. Friendly, just you know, pity pat racism. Bullish. Ah, you missed it. Come on, man. Yeah, it was light. It was light. Because the name, like, Mowgli, and then I was like, bears are here. I tried to put on my best Indian accent. It was hard for me to do, but I tried my best. I should be very good at that accent. I haven't mastered it yet, but I'll practice. Don't worry. I'll be back. I'll be back to offend someone. Oh, your dog. All right, got you. It just worked out perfect. It was too perfect. It was too low-hanging fruit, Mowgli. It was low-hanging fruit, and I had to take advantage. If I can offend someone, I'm there. But in all fairness, I also like being offended myself. As long as it's funny. If it's funny, I'll laugh. I don't take myself too serious. All right, look. Former resistance. Look, resistance. Let's see if we're gonna make it support now, right? Let's see if we're gonna make it support. We know this 53. What is it? 5313. This 5313 has been a pain in the arse. So now we need to see if this is gonna happen, right? If we're just gonna do this. If we stepped up, let's see if we're gonna step up. This is too easy. We just gotta wait for it, right? We just gotta wait for it. All right. Did I need to know if someone in the Discord has the plays, just in case. Well, not just in case. I'm gonna step away soon. Let me know if someone has the plays, so if I need to walk away, someone else could lead the charge. I will admit, I didn't wait. I hope it works out. I think more often than not, if we just sit on our hands for a little bit, if we just sit on our hands and let the play out, you know, we gotta learn to not allow the red candles to scare us so much. You know, when certain things happen, then the red candles will be concerning. But until those certain levels happen, the red candle is part of the game. All right, so no one's paying attention. All right, well, let me know if someone's listening. Someone's listening. Hello? UMFers better be focused like super hard. And also, if you're focusing very hard on your brokerage, you know that's gonna lead you to moving your stops too much. Mowgli, you're paying attention. You get an A. All right, Ghost. Let's see. All right, Ghost. So it's gonna be not only be a break of orange, but we also want to probably also want to be above this key level right here, because you got to measure risk to reward from orange to this key level. So if the risk to reward is there, then sure. So this is going to be the risk, right? What the heck just happened? This is going to be and also the reason why we want to BRR. The reason why we want to BRR is because we don't want to buy calls at the top, because you're assuming it's just going to break out. This is what you're assuming. Now, if it does happen, you got to be okay with that, right? You got to be okay with, oh man, I missed the play. It didn't come back and retest and it just shot off without me. You got to be okay with that. If you're expecting a breakout, you probably need to put a tight stop. We know there's heavy liquidity along this orange. We know there's heavy liquidity at 53.13. So there's no surprise. This green still holding up. Look at the volatility inside the green. So number two, we have to be okay with this type of movement. We need to be okay with bottom of green, top of green, bottom of green, top of green, right? So there's a couple things we need to take into consideration. So a BRR, so not only break orange, BRR 53.87, probably our best bet for calls, okay? Because we have to take into account the risk to reward from orange. This is literally just 30 cents or something like that. This is like 30 cents. So maybe, but it's literally 30 cents. Now, if it breaks and shoots off, my bad. And then the put scenario, still the same, okay? Put scenario hasn't changed. That will be... So the put scenario is most likely not only a break of this green, but also we want to be underneath 51.68. So I'll highlight both of them. I'm going to highlight this one for everybody. I'm going to highlight this one. I'm going to put an alert here as well. So I put an alert on 5168. I'm gonna put an alert on right here. On what is this? 5387. I believe we're still in this little wedge, possibly. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. Let's figure out what they want to do on 53.13. Maybe we have some super lick right here, right? We might have some super lick. They keep retesting the top of this orange right here. If you're looking for calls, Discord, look for a significant pullback. It's going to be hard to buy calls at the top. We don't want to buy calls at the top, right? We want to wait for a pullback. If you're going to get in, then you're going to have to hold. You know, it's going to be choppy. Look, you see, it's going to be choppy and grindy. You see, it's doing this until it's not. It's doing this until it's not. So if you're willing to deal with this, you know what you got to deal with. You see the environment you got to deal with. Because if you're expecting it's just going to break and shoot up, maybe, but we shouldn't have that expectation. We see the environment. If it does want to break and shoot up, then wait for the pullback, okay? Otherwise, it's grindy. I don't remember why I put 53.88 as a key level, but it's there for a reason. I don't remember why I put it here, but it's here, so that's all we have to. That's all we have to go off of. I don't have anything past 53.30. Yeah, the play already played out. I don't. Oh, 53.88 right here. Oh, okay, it's on the 30-minute chart. That's why. Okay, there. Because it's on the 30-minute chart, so that was the next natural target. My bad. That one makes sense. Look, to everyone on YouTube watching, all of our trades come off of the 30-minute chart. All of these levels here are specific and unique to live SPY trading. They're all, and then, you know, all of the levels are very unique, very specific to live SPY trading. No one else has these levels, I promise you. No one else. All right, alert went off. Let's see what we got. Discord, if you took the break of the orange and you measure your risk to reward, you need to protect this trade, okay? It's just over the 30-cent threshold for a win. So if you didn't make money by now, there's nothing I can do for you. There's nothing I can do. But, you know, we had our criteria. If you're taking the risk from here to here, target hit. All right, I'm going to borrow this chart really quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna have to call it for today. We're gonna do it again tomorrow. We're gonna have a full, not tomorrow. We're gonna do it again Monday. We're gonna have a full session on Monday. Well, we should have a full session if everything goes right. We're gonna have a full session. We're testing the top of this orange right here, which is the top of this lick box right here. Okay, so these are lining up at the same time. Not an accident. It's probably not an accident. So this lick box probably holds some answers here, right? If we get maybe below the green and below the lick box, that might tell us something. All right. Below this green, this one's, I believe, yeah, this one's highlighted as well. So this green's interesting. Look for not only, so if you're going to use a 5-minute chart, this is for Discord. If you're going to use a 5-minute chart, look for something like this. Okay? Look for this, this, and this. Now, it's Friday. It's late in the day. Or, you know, we're getting long in the tooth. However, it is after 13. So maybe we can expect to see some moves here. We're going to see if they want to stay above like this. Or down. No problem, Mowgli. You're welcome. So the wedge, we're going to see if this wedge plays out. It looks like a slow, ugly grind, right? It looks like a slow, ugly grind. This is what it is. If you're looking for any plays, these are the safety. If you're playing the game in here, good luck. Good luck in there. Let me see if I could. It looks like there's some no man's land here. I'm going to clear this one. This one's done. Played out. That one played out perfect. It looks like there's some no man's land in here, okay? So we have some down here. You know, if we did get down here, it's going to take a long time. It's going to take a long time. If they want to grind annoyingly inside this green, that'll be completely reasonable. Completely reasonable. You see what the setups are, okay? So if it doesn't do this, we need to look for the entry somewhere over here, okay? If it doesn't start giving liftoff off this orange, it can come a little bit lower. You can probably get down to here. Now, if we start to break underneath not only the green, but then also this lick box here, we need to start looking the other way. Or we're in no man's land and look for the fade to the side. All right? So it's important that we stay inside this lick box, inside of green, if the call scenario is going to continue. All right? And it may be an ugly grind because don't forget, we're just doing this. Top of green, bottom of green. Oh, wait, wrong one. We're just doing this. Top of green, bottom of green, top of green, bottom of green. So until this is done, we don't know. There may be some weakness in the green though, right? We may be seeing a little bit of weakness in the green on the 1 minute. We'll know if we break the green and we get below this lick box right here. This is super lick. This is super lick in here. So wait for it, okay? Just wait for it. We need to let the market settle out the orders. Once the orders are settled out, it's going to start to fill at whatever the next level is. Whoever wins, right? Bulls or bears. So once it starts to fill, we're going to jump in on the wave. We'll know when that wave happens, right? We'll probably know. We'll know because we have heavy liquidity on this diagonal. Heavy liquidity. So there's a liquidity wall. Excuse me, a liquidity wall, say that 3 times fast, right here. There's a liquidity wall right here, and there's one right here. So maybe this blue right here. So we have a couple walls holding us up, right? We have this wall here, we have this wall here, and this wall here. This is all holding up the trend. And also, you know, I think it's fair to say VWAP too. So until this breaks, there's nothing to do, right? You're just inside the liquidity. Until it breaks, there's nothing to do to the downside. You understand? All right, I'm gonna let this play a little bit, and then I'll come back and say goodbye, but I'm gonna let it play out just a little bit. So it looks like they're going to have a hard time breaking underneath this orange now. So this orange probably holds a lot of liquidity on the 5. But remember, we don't want to fight the trend. We don't want to fight it too hard, right? Everything played out. It did what it needed to do. If they just wanted to, let's say, grab from 54.16, which is the high a day, if they wanted to grab some liquidity from here and just settle out, this would be completely reasonable. Because the play's already played out. It's done now. All the levels have been hit. All the levels from the trading plan executed to perfection. So now we just got to let it play out, okay? If you're already in the play, you kind of see where your stops need to be if you're in the call, right? And buying calls at the top is going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult. That's what I was telling you. If it's going to be ugly, grindy inside this green, look how wide the green is. Look how much you're going to have to deal with. You're going to have to be able to deal with all this if you're going to be taking calls inside a green. That's just what it is. All right, I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit. I'm gonna let this play out just a little bit, and then I'll say goodbye. So give me a moment. Okay, I'm going to call it here. We had a pretty good day. Let's go over some of the plays. This morning, we identified that we needed to grab liquidity off the 5. This is before the market opened. If you weren't here to hear it, sucks to suck. But we did identify on the break of this blue to buy some puts. And we see how that would have worked out. Now, this was difficult to catch, right? This was very difficult to catch. It happened, if you were here, it happened very rapidly, very quickly. But we knew most likely liquidity grab. We already knew this very, very easily. We knew what was happening here. We identified an entry right here for the call scenario. Well, right here for the call scenario off the rejection of the 5. We also identified a rejection of this blue on a break and retest of the VWAP, I guess you could say. And then we didn't even need VWAP. We didn't need VWAP. And then we had a little quick scalp here. We're going to see how it plays out. It's getting grindy, right? We're getting to the grindy portion. So we identified on the break of the orange to take a play on the break of orange. Now look, this is our second bite at the apple, so protect your trade. If you took orange, here's a second bite at the apple, protect the trade. It retested the orange, wasn't quite ready to break down. They're retesting 53.95. So this also would have been a good trade right here. This is a good trade. This is good money right here. However, if you're on YouTube and if you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to the website livespytrading.com. I promise you I'll get you sorted out. Now it's important to realize this is not a get rich quick scheme. It's going to take you some time to understand how I speak. It's going to take you some time to understand the way the market breathes. I don't like to go off of vibes. I like to use data. Our trades are driven off of data. I'll show you what happens in the Discord just so you can see for yourself. We have our chat. And then every day we post the wins. Every single day we post the wins because this is just what we do. Unless I'm some kind of crazy asshole that's just writing random things on the Discord and it's not real. And then everyone posts their wins here. So we do pretty well. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to the website livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted out. And then I also recommend to join. If you do want to join, try Sunday night so you can get, because you're going to waste 2 days if you join now. So I like to use the stars. I like to use the stars to trade. That's funny. That's funny. Look at this 5 minute. Look at the 5 minute hitting, right? On the break and retest of this orange right here. Perfect. Don't overstay your welcome though. We know the resistance is 54.14. Anyways, if you're on YouTube, you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to the website, join on Sunday night so you can get full value. And also, when you join, make sure, if you join, if you're smart enough. Here, look, let me show you. I'm going to share the screen. Make sure you do this. Don't just join and think it's a get rich quick scheme. Go into the getting started channel. I have, if you start from the top and you work your way down, you don't have to watch all these videos here. These are just examples from when I first started. But you might want to watch these videos here and then go through these lessons right here. Go through these lessons. This is how you learn, little extra sauce. Mainly how I speak and some of our strategies. We have an entries and exit strategy, understanding structure, things of this nature. Okay, so you need to take some time and go through this. And I also have a way how to build your account. Before you start using real money, we have an actual tried and proven method how to build that account first. So you're not just swinging at God knows what. Swinging at the fences, hoping to hit a home run every time. There's a strategy. It's all based on math. If you're interested, go to the website. YouTube, it's been a pleasure. Have a good day. Goodbye.